Yeah, sorry for the delay. Had a bit of crap to do. These screenshots. Too many. Oh, got the wrong display capture up and all. Put images. Yeah, pop culture. Huh? Yes, no, this one's a real. It's like, oh. Uh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, this is why it's easier for me, but yeah, pop culture says hail, brother. Yeah, right, pop culture, on it. Yeah, I'm back with the Bond um, reviewing that. Right here for me, I'll listen and hit the like. Yeah, oh yeah. Well, like too many screenshots I'm taking, and this Bond film is one of them where it is mostly action because the plot line's real easy. It's Bond's mate gets like fucked up and that by this dude, and so Bond just goes and fucks his life up. In the end, spoilers, he kills him. But, but Bond films. Just got to get this sorted though. Let's see. Yeah, there's the cast. Timothy Dalton as James Bond. Carrie Lowell as Pam Bouvier. Robert Davy as Frank um, Sanswich. Sanswich. Oh, somebody. Tessa Solto as Lupe Lamora and Benicio del Toro as Darrow. Oh, like in the fucking License to Kill, he looks young as fuck. It's like one of them where he was real young looking, and then he just went real old looking, like in about a few years. I think he was quite young looking until like he got probably into his 50s or whatever. Well, yeah, was he? Okay, and then David Edison as Felix Leiter, Desmond Llewellyn as Q, Anthony Zabri as Milton Crest. who fucking plays a good part in that. He has that part of like being someone who tries to make people happy, but he's got his business, and so anything that fucks with his business, he's pissed off with. And Caroline Bliss as Miss Moneypenny, because yeah, Anthony Strake as Truman Lodge. Yeah, he plays a good part. The Robert Dave Davia Sanchez is fucking accountant. Oh, fucking. Because Bond starts fucking up Sanchez's fucking business and that. Truman Lodge as the accountant is proper having a right bad day. And Frank McRae as Sharky, Wayne Newton as Professor Joe, who plays a fucking great comedy bit. Priscilla Barnes as Della Churchill, who's gonna get married to Felix Leiter and that. Elliot McGill as Ed Kilfer, yeah, he plays a good part as one of these sort of fucking CIA, FBI fuckers who fucking take the bribe and that. Angelio Boucher as Prez, yeah, he plays a big part. And Jenny Bass Jr. as Stripper, even though she don't strip. There's more fucking tit in the beginning bit than there is in the film, but. And Curry Ariyukiyo as Quang, where okay, yeah, he plays a good part. And Granell Bush as Hawks. Oh yeah, he's in it in that bit. Yeah, let's leave the chat. Oh, yeah. Captain, Cockney Spock, yeah, got the popcorn and that, yeah. Hey, it's only a two shagger, but the fine piece of ass, both of them though. But real easy to remember now for the Timothy Dalton shag films, because right, he did two films, and in both films he has two shags. So yeah, it's not a fortune. I think Captain Cockney Spock's like switched off now. It's only a two shagger. If it's not three or more, I don't think Captain Cockney Spock's going to get it on Blu-ray. I mean on 4K. Because like, oh yeah, I think you would need, because like with the action bits and that, Blair's like fucking hell and that. When you're watching it, because your mind is fucking used to seeing that Blair action when someone's going fast, it don't bother you. But when you're pausing it though, and it is that Blair action, it's like, oh, well, yeah. So yeah, Pedro Medini as Excel Lopez, and Robert Brown as M. Don Strud as Hella, who plays a good part in that. He's a security, and it's got like an army in that because it's in Cuba and that. Christopher Nimitz Fallon. Kenetha Fallon as Consulio, and yeah, these are sort of like the bit active where it's like oh yeah, the bit, but I can't remember really the parts and that much. But yeah, Anna Borin, Tessa Blake, Joe Rush, Rapid Johnson, even Noah, Julian Priest. Yeah, look, Julian Priest, the casino man. Yeah, you see him, but like, yeah, Cuddy, Wesker, Carl, Jeff, and Stuart Grant, and Honor, Magneto. Yeah, and thing is in it, but I can't see his name, but he been in a few films, but yeah, there's a sort of like, but yeah, see, got the pictures. Yeah, you can see. Where did I put it? Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's the thumbnail though. Okay, so look at the chat. See. Oh yeah. Oh, no, I've got something you know. Yeah, got you want three ideally? Yeah. Well, I think it's Timothy Dalton. He tried to be more realistic with the Timothy Dalton, and so the fucking thought, oh yeah, three's a bit crazy. There's no way, and I think and all that you got to work your way up to at least 3 or 4 movies of Bond before you get a 4 shagger or a 3 shagger, unless you're Daniel Craig, where you get a no shagger. Oh yeah, I've got to do that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's the thumbnail. Got a license to kill. Yeah, yeah. This is what I say though. This is pretty good about this middle cover. It shows you the two bears with shags. I think we should have that on every cover, as I say. It's like, oh yeah, let's see who shags on this. Oh yeah, and on there, no, but they should have circled it out. There should have been arrows pointing shag one, and then shag two, and then shag three, but it's number one. But anyway, then bad guy. But yeah, this is good though. Yeah, got the explosions of the fucking truck, which is fucking a great scene. And like this one and all, it's got like drawings and all of there. But yeah, them two, like Timothy Dalton looks more like John Travolta sort of thing, and she don't look as good looking as she is really, and that. As you can see in that one there. But anyway, got the plane and that, and the fucking boat things and that. Yeah, fucking yeah. They have to thingy do that license to kill, like sort of going downwards and that, because it was like, fuck. But anyway. Oh, yeah, yeah, the poster pretty much tells you it's a two shagger, yeah. Yeah, good, yeah, yeah. Like, it'd be good and all if it had like which um, position they get shagged in and what time in the film. So you know, like you're like, oh yeah, here we go. Because if he gets to a five shagger, you could miss one easily if you went to a toilet break. But yeah, it's like sort of recast. Oh, I'll go on to spoilers then, won't I? I won't. I usually do 10 and 20 minutes reviewing that. But yeah, great film. Oh, yeah, I got like 5 more minutes I can like talk with it. Yeah, yeah, great film. I got a bit more appreciation for it watching it, you know, in detail because when you watch it just casually and that, you're thinking, oh yeah, it is a bit sort of fucking shit compared to the Roger Moores because Roger Moore's got more gadgets, more witty one-liners, more shags, even though he does well with a two shagger. Because Bond's got to have at least one shag. It's usually you want at least two shags, so it's Bond in it. I mean, most heroes get one shag in their films. James Bond at least gets two shags, a minimum it should be. And like yeah, great fucking action in it though, because it was that time, late 80s, where they had some right good fucking stunts and that shit that there was getting so fucking where they had to start like when he went to GoldenEye in the 90s. That's when it sort of like they had to like calm it down because it was like oh there was loads of explosions and all that shit. I think it was like oh you won't be topping fucking um, License to Kill for explosions and crazy stunts. So fucking let's try and do a bit more sort of fucking where it's all crazy stunts, but let's fucking try and calm it down because we can't. They got to a stage in the 80s where it was like, well, you just can't top this shit. You can just get on par with it, sort of thing. But yeah, great film though. But all Bond films are great apart from the last one, which, as Captain Cockney says, it's no time to shag. Shaken, not shagged. Like, well, this one though, get some shags in. Kills a few dudes and all, but as I say, I ain't bothered about the kill count. If out, I'd be more interested in the tick count because there's a lot of tick that goes on in the beginning of this fucking title song where fucking I think it was probably gets the most nipple count. So yeah, got got to count the shags and the tick count because there's been a few ticks in, and I will be counting fucking pictures of tits and all. There's a statue and all which has his tits out where Bond. I didn't get a screenshot, but when Bond's abseiling down the wall, he sort of like pushes his hand off the tip. Yeah. Right. Yeah, get on with the fucking film. Yeah. Starts off with that man-eating tiger. Or lion, should I say. Fucking tiger. Oh. That man-eating lion. I think it fucking ate 2 or 3 people. I don't know how many it killed, but I know it ate about 2 or 3. But yeah, then like as the old United artists, it goes into the old Bond 007 sort of fucking gun barrel where Timothy Dalton is his Bond. I think they use the same one from oh fuck it, I fucking because got the Living Daylights. Fucking hell, yeah, it's got like fucking long title out. The Living Daylights, fucking hell. Yeah, the Living Daylights. I think they use the same one, but anyway. Starts off where there's this fucking aeroplane that's got like a fucking tracking system on it that's fucking scanning an aeroplane. I mean, that's gonna be landing in where is it? West Keys, yeah, in the Bahamas, which is like an American territory, and they know it's fucking Sanchez. So like the radio winning that shit. And like, oh yeah, we're fucking located and that. And it's gonna be landing there in like 5 or 10 minutes or whatever, so if you get there you'll be able to fucking catch him. But anyway, you see like the jet land and that Sanchez is on, but then it cuts to where Felix Leiter's getting married, and like Bond's all like, oh yeah, fucking, it's like your wedding day and that, so I'll be there, calm down sort of thing, whatever, because he's wondering where the ring is, but Bond's got the ring and that, and like he shows him, sort of thing. This is how I take too many fucking screenshots. Then they see a fucking helicopter that's flown alongside them, where they see it's the Coast Guard that has a sign on it saying "Follow me." Where then it cuts to, you see this dude who's guarding a house and that getting grotted out by someone who sneaks up behind him because he's fucking just chilling out on the stairs and that. He's all like paying no attention to like fucking his surroundings. I think he's half asleep and all. I think he's having a sleep, but anyway, he gets grotted and that. Probably took out a few more guards, but you don't see it. And then you see where the Coast Guard, well, the like CIA, but they're using the Coast Guards thinking about they come out, or the FBI, one of the two. Oh no, yeah, the CIA actually, yeah, because you think you see, yeah, because anyway, they like tell Felix Leiter that we've got like Sanchez in we know like where he's gonna be at and that, and he's on like American territory, so we can nab him and that. Um, Come on, let's go, sort of thing. So like Phoenix Light is like, oh yeah, right. Well, you two, oh, yeah, tell um, Della, that's his missus's name. Tell Della that I won't be long in that. Well, Bond's like, no, fuck that. I'm coming with you and that. And so Bond's like says to that his mate who's left behind, who's called Sharky. It's oh you got to do it, and he's all like, oh, what do I say? But they don't give a fuck because they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna get Sanchez and that. So tells like Sharky to like just do whatever. Like we're gonna get Sanchez. So they're getting the Coast Guard, um, chopper and that, and like they fly off to like where he's sort of at because his missus, Loopy, has like fucked off with some other dude. Not exactly sure what this dude does for a living, but he's got a gun and that, so he's probably a drug dealer, I reckon. Or if he's not a drug dealer, he's doing something where he needs a gun. Because he goes for his gun and that, because he's trying to protect Loopy and that, but he gets dragged out and that, and then Sanchez comes in, and he's all like, hey, what did he promise you? His heart, cut it out and give it to her. You don't see this at her out, but apparently it does happen because it gets referred to later on in the film that yeah, he really did cut the dude's heart out and that. So he then, oh yeah, and thingy, what what's it, yeah, Dario. There's too many names. I'm calling them by their fucking thingy names, stage names. So what I mean, character names. So Dario does a great job by just pulling out his knife and that shit. Fucking, I say, looking real young and fucking. So the dude's like a bit worried and that. So he gets took out, and as I say, apparently his heart does get cut out and given to her. See the chat. Oh, Captain Comic says, "Yeah, nah, you gotta have a bit of that old ultra violence and all. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, like it, it's a 15, the version, because you probably will be able to get like a fucking PG version, because like they always can easily like edit out. But the version I watched is a 15, and I think most of the versions is a 15 because there's a lot, but there is a like edited version for TV that is probably a PG. But yeah, the version I watched is a 15, so there's a lot of swearing and violence. It's like one of the like realistic sort of Bonds, and still being Bond because without it being born. But yeah. But anyway, yeah. So he fucking says like, oh yeah, cut his heart out. So he does, and then he gets and like says, oh yeah, you fucking getting a bit fucking crazy with your antics and that. You need a bit of punishment. Where he puts that like fucking over his sort of knee, and then gets out this sort of like leather sort of sword that is used like a whip. Never really known exactly what it was, but it definitely leaves a mark. You see that later on. Oh yeah, she's in tears. Well, then Sharky, he's talking to Della and her dad, telling her, oh, I think it's her dad, because he's giving her away anyway. So she's telling him, like, oh yeah, I need to get married and that, and I need to do it really as soon as possible. Where is he? And Sharky's like, oh, can you go around the block again and that? Well, they do anyway, but they're pissed off. Well, then it's, you see on the fucking Coast Guard. Oh, it's the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency. Yeah. Anyway, the DEA and Felix Leiter in the Coast Guard fucking chopper and that. Well, Felix says, right, I only want you to be fucking a bystander, Bond, but here's a gun just in case it does kick off and that. So Bond's all like, yeah, let's fucking do it. Nah, he doesn't say that, but they're all pumped up anyway. Well, Sanchez, he knows he's got to get the fuck out of there because he can hear like the choppers and that coming in. You know, like, oh fuck, let's go, boys. So they get in the jeep and that, and when they get to a bush thing, Sanchez, obviously it's a stuntman here, Sanchez jumps out and like runs off and hides in the bushes. Well, they land in that, and they've got like fucking Sanchez's no, yeah, it's Sanchez's aeroplane, yeah, they're going to, and that, yeah, not Sanchez, wait, they're going to his aeroplane, his private jet that he landed in on, and then like got on that jeep and went. Well, Felix Leiter gets the pilots and that, and the DEA officers fucking like get the pilot and check inside the fucking jet for Sanchez, but he's not there and that. Well then, all of a sudden, people are start shooting at like Bond and that, and Felix Leiter and the DEA, and it's like the fucking other dudes that are in the jeep, and they've got Loopy with them. You can see she's here. She's bent down sort of thing because she is there. Anyway, Bond shoots back and that because he's got like a fucking revolver and that. well, they sort of like um, burn off and that, and they sort of like try and chase them and that, but Bond gets in the um, oh, Coast Guard helicopter, and the pilot sort of like fly right near the jeep and that, and Bond like jumps out, well, out of the helicopter. Not a real big jump, but a big enough jump that, like, yeah, the stuntman, or it could have been fucking Timothy Dalton, I don't know, but yeah. And then, like, fucking gets behind some barrels, shoots at the fucking radiator and wheels or whatever. That they sort of like fucking do a right hand turn and smack into like sort of abandoned boat and some like crates and that like they just leg it because they're thinking, oh yeah, we're just gonna get out of here. Well, Felix Leiter's like, oh yeah, okay, don't get yourself killed and that sort of thing. As they're chasing the like pilots that was legged off, they just ran and that. Well, then Bond goes to Loopy and that, and he's all like, "Oh yeah, you all right?" and that. Uh, and she's like, "Yeah, but don't touch me, just go away," and that. And Bond's like, "Oh, uh, have you seen um, what sort of state you're in?" But anyway, then whilst they're talking, they see Sanchez as craftedly as all this commotion's gone on, as like jumped into an aircraft, and he's like um, going down the runway and setting off and that. Where then Bond, Felix Leiter, and the DEA officers sort of like fucking try and stop him, but they can see he's too far away. That like he flies off, so they get in back into the Coast Guard's helicopter and that, where they're like chasing him, but he's like 20 minutes away from Cuban airspace, where then they'll have to stop chasing him. Well, they're like thinking it's hopeless. But Bond's all like, "Oh well, let's go fishing," and he starts to lower down the oh, it's a metal wire that you lower down people on a harness to like harness people up and that. But he's like, "Oh yeah, let's go fishing." Yeah, see, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Pop Culture says, "Good night, sir." Yeah, good night, Pop Culture, man. Yeah. It's a bit later than that, man. Yeah, this is going to be a long one because it's nearly 40 minutes. And I haven't got off the fucking beginning bit yet. Say this film, it's fucking actiony and that. I forgot how actiony it was. But I always like thought it was the best fucking Timothy Dalton Bond film. But Yeah, so Bond's like, oh yeah, let's go fishing. Gets the like harness cable, and this is fucking some good shit where it's like, oh yeah, fucking the stunt dude could have been fucked up real bad like last time, but yeah, he gets lowered down though. That he gets onto the sort of the back um, rudder of the plane. Gets himself on there, and then like the cut to Timothy Dalton, who fucking does pretty good because there's like a few times where I think he is on stuff, but it won't be that dangerous. You know, there'll be padding and that around it. So if he does fall off, he's falling into padding or something, you know, or a safety net. But yeah, he like gets the cable, ties it around the tail of the plane. Then like fucking Phoenix Light is like, oh yeah, let's lift away, lads, and that. Where the fucking and this, they must have had a pilot in there, and that. So the pilot in there, he's like in a position and that, but the dude on the back of the fucking tail, he fuck, it goes. This was just a sort of like angle-ish, so but anyway, yeah, fucking crazy stunt. This one of them stunts where fucking if it all goes wrong and that, yeah, you're probably gonna be dead. And down two vehicles, but those off the 80s is like you don't, nowadays they just CGI this, but in them days you had to fucking do it. And with the Bond films, do it for real and that, yeah. And so like, okay, Sanchez, he's like nearly forced into the window sort of thing. Well, they see the fucking wedding, and they're like, oh yeah, fucking, let's go, because they're real high up and that. So they start fucking abseiling down and that, and then they pull the parachutes and that, and then parachute into the wedding. Well, like fucking Bond's like, oh yeah, okay, I got him here and that. And that, when they go sort of like into the church, get married. Then it's the fucking do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, then Gladys Knight with fucking got a license to kill sort of shit going on. Which this is my second favourite Bond song. Where Live and Let Die is my favourite. Then Gladys Knight, I'd have to say, is the second. And then probably Nobody Does It Better, and Roger Moore with, yeah, probably second. Or third, should I say. And then obviously, oh Lord, you could have like Doctor No, the down 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 down, showing it all. It's great, but anyway, quite a bit of tit in the beginning. I didn't take any photos apart from this one because like most of my tits and I don't know like with me swearing and that, it never start showing tits and that. Because there'd been a lot of editing nipple out sort of thing, you know. Because I don't want to get it fucking. Because it's not suitable for children. I always have it not suitable for children, these streams, but I don't want it getting fucking um, age restricted. But yeah, so then after Gladys night and that, you see like the fucking military and that fucking turning up with a like armored van to take Sanchez to prison. Like Guam, go, something bear, something like that they call it. Like, but anyway, um, Kilfer, he's in there with Hutch and that, saying because like they're gonna be transferring um, Sanchez to this maximum security prison and that. Well, Sanchez is known to offer 1 million to anyone to break him out. Well, Kilfer gets a bit pissed off and he's all like, that won't get you out of this one. So, Sanchez bangs it up to 2 million. Don't even go for the 1.5 million. Go straight to 2 million. So then, Kilfer, he's proper pissed off and that, and he's like, "Oh, you're gonna rot in a jail for the rest of your life," sort of shit. Well, Bond then is talking to Della, who tells Bond after a bit of a kiss with him and that, because it's like kissing the bride and all this shit. But she tells him to go find Felix because they want to cut the cake. Well, as Bond walks into Felix's office, he sees Pam Boyinger, whatever her name is, who's not all that friendly to Bond because she's on a business sort of in and out, because as soon as Bond enters she leaves and that, and as she's leaving Bond's like, oh, alright, hopefully we'll see each other again or whatever and that. Well, anyway, Bond then starts talking to Felix and that about Sanchez, where then Kilfer walks in and that says alright to Bond, and then tells Felix that Sanchez is gonna go down and that, and he's gonna make sure he takes him there and that. So, well, anyway, Kilfer leaves and that. Then Bond and Felix later, they're like talking where he asked Bond to pass him the photo of his missus, where he puts a disc in, a data disc that he's got saving files on. Nowadays it'd be a fucking MP, or it'd be a flash drive, but in them days it was CD-ROM, as most people who fucking know about computers will know, like, yeah. Well, anyway, Then they go cut the cake and that, where fucking Sharky gives Felix like a wedding gift of some fly fishing hooks and that, where his missus is a bit pissed off. But then they give James a lighter with Love Always, Della and Felix. I think it's the best man's gift or something. Well, anyway, it's where you see Kilfer, who's driving he's driving it now because he's just knocked out the driver with his rifle. Who's driving the fucking security van that's got like Sanchez in the back locked up. Well, Kilfer then fucking takes a sharp left on a bridge that he just goes over into the water in that, where it all fills up and that, where these scuba divers come down and give Sanchez oxygen mouthpiece and that from an oxygen tank, and so he can breathe. Where they then get Kilfer and Sanchez to a little sub that's like used for shark catching shark with. Well, anyway, he goes back to see Felix and Della, sort of telling James like, oh yeah, thanks for being the best man and that, and there's a garter belt thing that she wears on her leg for him to get married next. But Bond's a bit like, no, I ain't getting married. And Felix tells her like, oh yeah, he was married before and he got killed, which for Captain Cockney's like canon and that, it means it is the James Bond based on fucking Ian Fleming's, because it does say Ian Fleming's James Bond, so. Because yeah, I think that's the thing with Daniel Craig. Apart from Casino Royale, I don't think people say it's based on Ian Fleming's James Bond. But anyway, they go back in the house and that, start kissing, where they see like two dudes with a gun and that, and then thing is behind Dario. He's behind the door where the fucking kill you and rape apparently. If it was a Tarantino sort of film, yeah, it'd been a gruesome scene and it'd been like a bit like The Crow. But anyway, you don't see out. But then you see shit, what's his name? Oh yeah, Milton. Yeah, Milton Keynes. Who's Sanchez's um, sort of company chief exec who was like running his main operations and that. And Sanchez says to him like, "Oh yeah, like," and you don't see this in the film, but Sanchez has said to the cop, right, when you fucking get like me out and that, I'm gonna take you to a place where you'll be safe, which is Milton Keynes' place, where he's hiding out, where he's he's waiting to get paid off and that. Well, Milton Keynes doesn't like the fact that fucking Sanchez has got like a cop, even though he's a crooked cop, but he's still a cop that knows about his um, organisation because he tries to pretend he's a like decent company and that, and it's all kosher, but really he's drug dealing. So he doesn't want the cop to know. Well, he says to Sanchez that he wants to kill the cop, then pay him off. Well, Sanchez is like, no, loyalty. He's sort of done his job, so I'm gonna pay him. Well, because Sanchez is the boss, Milton has to go along with it. Well, anyway, they give um, Kilfer the money and that $2 million in $20 notes, and they make a reference to the bag being, the suitcase being real heavy, and you sort of like see a bit later on why they say it's real heavy. But yeah, if there's $2 million in $20 notes in a suitcase, it is gonna be pretty fucking heavy. Well, anyway, they sort of like fucking say, yeah, you got your money, sort of thing, right? We've got a bit of business to do because that's when they sort of bring in Felix. Oh, they killed his missus at his home and that, and she's there dead, but he don't know this because they dragged him away, sort of thing. Well, um, Dario, he remarks on Della getting a honeymoon and that, and he sort of like insinuates that he fucking raped her in that, where Felix gets real mad and pissed off. Well, they open a trap door and that shit, and they tell like Felix where he sees Kilfer walking in, because Kilfer doesn't really know like Sanchez was gonna do this, so he was thinking it was some other dude who was a stranger, but no, it's Felix. So Felix calls him a cunt and that. Well, obviously not a cunt because it's a Bond film, but anyway. They then, because he's got a shark in there and that. Cause you find out, oh yeah, they like got a pet shark that they probably use to get rid of bodies. So they throw some meat in and that like gets half eaten, and as a counterbalance weight, once it's half eaten, then Felix Leiter gets lowered down because he's weighing more than the meat now, and then they start chomping on his legs. Where then Bond's getting his flight home, where he gets told by the flight attendant or well, the woman behind the desk anyway, tells him like, oh yes, some big drug dealers escaped and that. Where he realizes it's talk about Sanchez and that. So he goes back to Felix where he sees Della, but she's dead, and she probably did get raped, but obviously they don't show like fucking be being in a state of rape, because it's still a 15, so they want to like keep the sexual content, because there's a lot of tits in the fucking figure. But anyway, then he goes, sees that Felix is on the couch and that wrapped up, where he sort of like unwraps him and that, and then gets a note out where, bit of comedy, bit of rubbing the salt in the wound, where Sanchez, for a bit of humour, has put he disagreed with something that ate him, as in something that hate him, but they left the H out and just put ate him. But anyway, Felix said he's sort of like fucking conscious and that, so he gets rushed to hospital. Where I'm going to chat. Well, Felix like he gets rushed to hospital, so the dude who's sort of like investigating this sort of like crime, sort of like local state fucking police and that, say that it looked like he was chopped up with a chainsaw, because Colombians are like known for it and that. Well, Sharky, he says no, that's a shark bite and that. And Bond then and Sharky go fucking around all like the places that own or sell sharks and that. Well, been to every one apart from this one, where Bond pretends to be like a shark buyer from England, like he's wanting to buy some sharks and that, and he gives like a false name and that. Well, the dude, Milton, he fucking says like, oh no, they don't sell sharks no more and that. That the only thing they do is sort of breed like grub worm or something, that they fucking genetically modify it, that it only breeds males, so that the males get fat, fatter and more bigger, quicker. Well, Bond sort of like sees this shark hunter too and that, and like he's all like, "All right then, yeah. Well, thanks, yeah, for your help and that." And he sees some um, trash on the floor and all, where he's a bit like, "Oh yeah, looks suspicious." So anyway, he leaves and that, and then goes sort of like late at night underneath the sort of um, like the boardwalk bit that they have, because they can then lower down shit, easier, or lift up shit from, or lift up anything from a ship or out that's sailing underneath them, or dock it there. Well, anyway, Bond gets in there, and like there's a bit where there's a shark there, so Bond's like, "Oh yeah, fuck, this is looking even more suspicious." There's a metal grid walk plank there that the shark can't get past it, so yeah, it's safe. But the shark's hitting it quite hard. Well, anyway, Bond, as an investigator in on these grub worm things that when you see like it's just pasta, cold pasta made into like wormy shapes. But anyway, in the film though, it's supposed to be like these grub worm things that like fucking Bond is searching through, and he finds like cocaine bricks, like cocaine wrapped up into like packages, brick size. Well, anyway, as like he sees this, the security gets alerted because the cooler temperature, I think, goes too high because it's the door is open. So he then lets the security, where the security puts a gun in the back of his head and tells him to like fucking put his hands up and that. Where then fucking Bond just throws some like grub worm in his face and then like punctures him and that shit. Where he beats him up and that, and then like another dude starts to, and then like slams him in the grub worm and like closes it and that. So, and then like another security dude comes and starts shooting at Bond and that, where fucking takes out a fucking tank and all this shit and fucking shoots a gun away from Bond's hand and that. All action here, yeah. Well, anyway, Bond gets a hook, well, a stick with a hook on, what he had to like lift up the hatch door and that. Well, he like puts the hook onto the dude's belt and pulls it, where it throws him into like an electric eel where he gets electrocuted. Well, then Kilfer walks in with a gun and that, and he's all like, "Oh, put your hands up, Bond," and that. I've got you. And but he stood over the hatch where when Sharky fucking lifts up the hatch, it puts Kilfer off balance, where Bond then punches him, but Kilfer grabs the rope that's above him that like sort of suspends him, but he then tells Bond, "Oh yeah, there's 2 million in there. You can take it." Well, Bond's like, "No, you've earned it." Where he then throws the heavy fucking, which it will be heavy fucking bag, or suitcase, that like obviously the one that he gets thrown on Kilfer in the film ain't gonna be that heavy because it's fucking an actor and you don't want to fuck his ribs up and that. But in real life, if you're throwing a fucking suitcase that fucking heavy, yeah, it just takes him down and that, where he has to let go. And he falls in and gets like fucking chomped up by the shark and that. Where Sharky says a bit of a waste with the money and that. Well, Bond like tells like Sharky, "Oh yeah, fucking um, oh yeah." Before that though, um, Kilfer told Bond and all because he thought before he was going to shoot him that it was um, Milton Keyes and Sanchez who fucked up Felix later, even though Milton Keyes didn't really want to fuck him up. He'd have preferred to just killed him, like just put a bullet in his head. But Sanchez was the more sadistic one in that, because yeah, he is like really sadistic. I was talking to oh, um, oh. But anyway, yeah, so in the air, real sadistic and that. Uh, but yeah, well, Bond's like, "Oh yeah, thanks for your help, Sharky," and that sort of thing. And then he sees oh, I forget his begins with oh, but anyway, he's the DEA officer who like tells Bond, "Oh yeah, um, they found loads of coke and what's his name, Kilfer, yeah, and half a Kilfer, loads of coke and half a Kilfer." They don't say that. He doesn't say that exactly, but like, "Oh yeah, like um, you gotta like go like see these dudes," sort of thing. Where these dudes then take Bond to M, where M's all like, "Oh yeah, you should have been uh, uh, Bangkok or whatever, or Istanbul, yeah, that's it." Um, and, and like M's like pissed off because he's like, "Oh yeah, you're going on a private vendetta and that, you should be doing your job. It's not a like country club. You can't just fucking come and go when you please. And Bond's like, oh well, I'm like not gonna fucking do what you say and that. I'll, I'm definitely gonna take down Sanchez. Where M's like, right, well, I'm gonna revoke your license to kill and that. Where Bond's like, all right then, yeah, okay, is, and he has to give up his gun. Well, he takes his gun out and that, and he looks like he's gonna hand it over, but then he boots like two dudes, and then um, uh, it's not Whiplash, uh, well, he smacks the dude in his face with his gun with a backhand, and then jumps off the fucking um, ledge thing that's like a bit of a drop where there's a dude shooting at him, and he just legs it through the like jungly bit sort of like for little garden where one of the agents is gonna shoot at him, but M's like, no, don't. There's too many people and that, and he's alright doing it to protect Bond though, because he's like, oh yeah, you need the God, God be with you, you crazy bastard sort of thing. Well, then it's on to like you see a trawler ship where fucking is Milton Keynes' ship where he's letting Loopy sleep in his room because fucking Sanchez wants him to keep an eye on her and that. Where he gets a bit drunk and he goes in and that, and sort of like tells her like, oh yeah, you're fucking around and that sort of shit, like, and you're fucking my businesses up because one of my plants got raided because you fucking had to like run off and that sort of thing. Fucking now like you're causing like trouble. Where she sort of like tells him to fuck off. Where he like grabs her and that, and he's all like, "Hey, look, Sanchez doesn't really fucking love you. He's only like with you because you're real good looking, and you're not that good looking because he thinking a beauty competition for you, but you're not special to him, and so stop fucking around and sort of behave yourself and that." Where then they get like a tracking system on their radar that this can see a fucking mass that's like fucking alerting their sensors where they look, and it looks like a stingray, but in it's Bond dressed up as a stingray. Where he sort of like follows this sort of like little sub thing that they use to like run drugs and money through, sort of thing. It's just like a little fucking submarine boat that like keeps the money and drugs dry whilst they like pass it underwater to each other, so it don't look all that suspicious from like the land. Obviously, when you're underwater, it looks a bit suspicious, but from the land view, it doesn't look all that suspicious. Well, anyway, Bond, because it there's a little act thing that it sort of like gets let it into. Bond follows it under, then grabs a dude and throws him in, like sort of fucking chokes him out or whatever underwater. Because then he like sticks him into this air compressor unit that deep sea divers have, so they don't get the bends and that. Well, it seems like there's loads of money in wrapped up in plastic and that, where they like wrap it up in plastic just so it don't get wet. Well, anyway, he sticks the dude in this air compressor tank. That when fucking the dude wakes up, he starts like banging, and that like they realize, oh yeah, shit. But Bond's sort of like looking around and that. Well, the alert fucking let him out, and the alert like security, like, oh yeah, there's someone on the ship and that, because I think he's just been dragged under water and choked out. Well, anyway, Bond sees Milton Crest's fucking room, where he goes in thinking there's Milton Crest there, but it ain't. It's Loopy, where he asks what's she doing here, and she explains like, oh yeah, I'm just sleeping in his quarters, and he's like next door, and he just let me stay here whilst we get fucking back to Cuba, sort of thing, because Milton's sort of getting a boat arranged for Cuba and that, or to get back to where fucking Sanchez is. But anyway, Milton, he sort of like checks it on her and that, where Bond sticks a knife in her head. He says, oh yeah, tell her, like, you know, tell him everything's alright. Where she says, yeah, Dad, don't want to hear that. Where then Bond, you see nearly a bit of tit in this, real quick and that. Luckily enough, the pixelation on this ain't all that good, so I don't think they'd be classed as, well, it's definitely not tit because you don't see no nipple, but anyway, Bond sees scratches on her back and that, where he's all like, oh yeah, fucking, how did you get them? And she sort of like tells him like, oh yeah, Sanchez did it because I was a naughty girl and ran away from him and that. Well then, this dude's like, oh yeah, I've just caught this dude, he's called Sharky, where Sharky must have been sort of like helping Bond, where you don't see him helping him, but he must have been helping him and too close to like where fucking this operation was going down, that was like, oh yeah, fuck it, we'll just kill him. Well, Bond sees this and that, and he tells fucking Loopy to go get herself another bloke, and then he walks out real casually, grabs a fucking harpoon gun, and says, "Oh, from compliments from Sharky," and like shoots the dude with the harpoon gun. That the dude falls into the water. Or sea in this case. Well, anyway, and Bond dives in after him, sort of thing, grabs his mask and like snorkel and that. What's that? His air tank. Well, they're all like looking for him and that because they plainly saw this, and Milton's telling them, "Find fucking this cunt. He's around here somewhere." Well, anyway, this plane with oh, they're not called canoes, but there could be like water but anyway, it ain't got wheels on. It's got water float things. I forget exactly what they're called. There is a proper name for them, but they're basically just like um, floating canoes that fucking keep the plane up afloat. Well, they're sort of like seeing the little ship thing that's getting remote controlled to them and that. Even though you can see it, there's a like rope that. But anyway, it's supposed to be remote controlled. But oh yeah, oh the motor is anyway. I think it's on a rope, so they get it in the right direction. But it's got a motor on it, so there's a dude controlling the motor that's sending it over there with loads of money in, and they've got like loads of cocaine, which they take out the money and then replace it with the cocaine, and then the cocaine, as it's going back, Bond takes off the panels and that, where it's exposing the produce, but it's all wrapped up in that. So even though it's exposed, there's a chance that one or two could get dropped, but it could easily be picked up. But anyway, then Bond, he just starts stabbing the shit out of these fucking coke. This is like where if you ever a fucking drug dealer or your operation runs on drug dealing, don't piss off Timothy Dalton, because both his outings out as James Bond, he fucks up the fucking villain's drug deals. That like gets him well into trouble. That they just want to kill Bond in the end. So they see this on the monitor because they've got like a little camera, and they're like Milton's like, oh fuck, sort of thing. But he plays it real well because he's got to keep his composure, even though you know in his head he's like, holy fuck, no, this is not what I wanted my day to start off with. But he's keeping his composure with that. Well, he says, oh, get the boat, well, the little subcraft up, submerge it up, and that, where they're like, oh right, okay. But yeah, he's like trying to keep his composure in that, but he does a great fucking um, portrayal of some businessman that's just trying to fucking get the deals done and that. But Bond's fucking it up for him, big star. But he plays it real well and that. Well, anyway, zoom in a bit here. Yeah, as you can see there, the subcraft sort of some mages up and that, and there's like a fucking. Obviously, when they filmed it, they didn't use proper cocaine. They probably used fucking sugar or flour, I don't know. But anyway, big trail of fucking coke. That's getting all fucked up. That they're not selling that. The fishes are getting fucking smashed on that. But anyway, Bond then like throws a few out, but they start shooting at him, so he dives under. Where they tell and Milton's like, "Fucking get him now! Get the old divers! Get in there and get him!" So the divers go in there and like grab him because one of them shoots at him, but it misses. So one of them grabs him and that. Then the other one swims up and cuts his air pipe, which starts like fucking going crazy with all the air bubbles and that. That in the commotion, Bond gets a fucking um, harpoon, smacks one of the dude right in the fucking face and that smashes his visor. Then points the fucking harpoon gun at the they're not called canoe things, but Shignoos, something like that. Shikoos, or something like that, I think they're called. But they're just basically like floating fucking canoes instead of wheels. Well, anyway, he hits the fucking like canoe things, but like it carries him out. They use that in Dark Knight Rises, the last Batman film, but he flew off. But in this, Bond sort of like swims off. Well, yeah, he hits and that, and then like gets sort of water skiing and that because the harpoon's got like rope on and that. So when they hit the target, there's fishing like a fishing harpoon. Where in some Bond films they don't use the rope; they just use it as a harpoon. But in this, they're using it as a fishing harpoon. So they got rope on. So anyway, he's like fucking water skiing, and it's fucking really good fucking bit of water skiing that whoever the water skier is doing and that. Oh, alright, Courtney, yeah, yeah, it's yeah, right, Courtney, yeah, just talking about the license to kill. Oh, it's real late, but and it's going to be a really long one. Because look, I'm an hour and a half, and I'm not even halfway through this film. It's a real long film, as in to talk about, because there's lots of action and shit going down. Like, whoa. Well, yeah, this bit though, water surfing though, and gets to a bit where these dudes are chasing him, shooting at him. Obviously, this ain't fucking Timothy Dalton. It's like a stuntman, but yeah, does it real good where he's like sort of like water skis round in a circle, and goes onto the fucking chicaneau thing, whatever they're called, and like grabs it and that. Real good fucking stunt. It looked like it was done in one take and that. Even though it looked like they used two cameras, but anyway, Bond then's fucking on the canoe thing, where fucking the passenger sees like Bond's there, and he tells the pilot to like try and shake him off, and that where they think he's off and that because he has a look and he can't see him and that, but he's climbed under onto the other side where he opens the back latch and like gets in and goes over and on his side releases the emergency door where then he just sort of like chucks him out and then the pilot elbows Bond in the ribs and that, where then he shoots at him, but Bond uses one of them bundles of money to fucking stop the bullet because the like square cubes are like in the filled with money and that, so the bullet probably penetrated about maybe half a foot in, I don't know, but not enough to go fully through it. Well, Bond then starts beating the shit out of the pilot with the fucking box. That he rips it, and so the money's going everywhere. He just flies out of the plane. But the pilot then bolts Bond out into the side of the plane and that. Well, yeah, this is fucking great fucking action scene, this. And give Timothy Dalton his credit. Obviously, he's not doing all this. You can tell there's a stuntman in bits of it, you know, doing the bits on the outside of the plane. But it looks like he's doing quite the fight scenes. That obviously it's in a studio. But yeah, well, anyway, Bond gets fucking up and that, and then boots the dude in his face, the pilot, and then like fucking gets into the pilot seat and that. Fucking flies over their ship and then drops him out and that. Probably he could have just turned the fucking. You don't see the plane do a sort of like barrel roll, but he could have done to like throw him out. But he just looks like he's kicked him out. But anyway, he falls out and that shit. And then like fucking Milton, he's looking like, oh, what the fuck? What was that all about? I don't believe this fucking day. How can it get any worse, sort of shit? And the pilot, who, well, the captain of the ship who sails is sort of like trawler, 'cause he's like the captain who sails it, where Milton's the like captain who owns it, sort of thing. Well, anyway. Bond's buzzing because he's got like loads of cash in that, where he's got from the drug deal and that. Then Bond goes back to Felix's house and that, where the cops are like sort of like on guard, but like sneaks in and that and breaks in. Yeah. Well, he goes in and that, and he goes to the picture of Felix's wife, Della, because he knows like that's where Felix was keeping the disc that he'd stored some files on. Well, anyway, he goes to Felix's computer and that, boots up the disc and that, and goes on to like informants where um, he sees that all of them are deceased, apart from the last one who is still active, which he sees is P. Bouvier, who's Pam Bouvier. And he's like, all right, let's see what sort of missions she's on and that. Well, he looks and he sees that Lexington, which is Felix Leiter's, I think, name and that, or whoever the contact is, and that. But and it has like profession. She's a CIA contract pilot. Yeah, familiar with Sanchez's operation in Eastham City. Well, he also checks what she's got doing, and it says like she's got a meeting next Thursday after midnight at the Barrelhead Bin Bamin, and it has like the address and that, and it says provide maximum support and protection and that. So Bond knows like, oh yeah, well Felix is dead and that, and all the actives, so no one's going to be meeting her. So Bond's like, oh, right, I'll go meet him. So they go to the Barrelhead Bar. Bond turns up in a nice fucking speedboat and that, and he like tells her like, gives her like cash to the valet and that. Says, oh yeah, tie it up sort of thing near the sort of entrance and that. Well, goes in, sees Pam and that, and he's like, oh yeah, your contact ain't gonna be turning up and that. You need to get out of here before you fucking end up fucking not turning up. Well, sits down with her and that, and then she's all like, oh yeah, there's like two dudes over there that was like watching me and that. And she's like, oh, they're probably, the cover's been blown, and they're probably seen who I'm meeting. Well, then fucking De Rio, he walks in and that with his mate, because he's been told, oh yeah, contacts there, where she asks Bond what he's packing, and he shows her he's got his like Walter PK and that, or Walter PPK, and then she like starts tutting and shows him a shotgun, where fucking he's like, right, well, De Rio and his mate sort of sit down next to Bond and Pam, and De Rio sort of says, oh yeah, I've got a job for you and that, and starts touching her, where Bond's all like, oh, put your hands off her and that, she's with me. And then De Rio's like, hey gringo, calm down, where then Pam sticks the shotgun in his balls, and she's like, he said I'm with him. And then so fucking the waitress comes over and brings some drinks, and Rio's mate goes to pay for them. Oh yeah, well Rio like smiles and all when because he's a bit crazy in that in this. He plays a good psycho and that. Like he smiles real crazy when he gets the shotgun stuck in his balls. But anyway, his mate goes to pay for the drinks where Bonds elbows him in his nuts, slams his head off the table, and then pushes him back and says, "No, he's had enough," sort of thing. Where he then tells the waitress, "Oh yeah, just put it on our tab." So Bond then says, "Oh yeah, well, I've got a way out." Where then Dario sort of like starts to run from the table. So Pam she shoots the fucking shotgun. Where fucking it shoots this fish that fucking is like a wooden sort of carving fish, big one, because it swings down, smacks the dude who was waiting to watch for her and that. Then Dario brings out a knife that he goes to fucking stab um, Pam with, but Bond grabs it and like jaws him, and then another dude who's fucking one of Dario's sort of helpers tries to like bottle Bond, where he fucking him up, guy, jabbing him in his ribs and then punching him onto the table. Then a dude grabs Pam from behind, where she like throws him over, sort of back, where she sort of like does a movement where it's more momentum when you use it. It's more jiu-jitsu than it is pure strength. Even though you don't need a little bit of strength to do it. But anyway, she throws him over her shoulder, and then Dario tries to hit her with a pull kill, but she hits him in the stomach with a shotgun, and then uppercuts him in the face with the shotgun. Then one of the dudes grabs Bond from behind, where then Bond sort of like beats the shit out of him and then puts him onto like a fucking a beam where he like punches the shit out of him. Then this dude fucking grabs a swordfish that's like a wooden swordfish, or if it is a fucking real swordfish, they fucking glazed it with something that is fucking solid. That he tries to stab Bond, but Bond moves and then grabs a chair. Where fucking there's a fucking great fight scene. This is sort of like the callback to fucking bar fight scenes where there was like, yeah, we know fucking the T-Dog is no way as good as Roger Moore as Bond, because no one ever is. So we're gonna have to do some good fucking action in which Timothy Dalton, to his credit, he does do some good action in this. Obviously there'll be like a stuntman here and there, but I think he probably did most of the fight scenes and that like done involve him nearly half dying. But anyway, tries to stab Timothy Dalton, but it goes through the chair and like fucking misses Timothy Dalton's or Bond's face and that. Well, Pam grabs a bottle and smashes it over the dude's head. Then this dude punches Bond and that knocks him over onto his ass. Where then Pam, she gets the shotgun and smashes it into his back and that. Like koshes him. Where then Bond has to get up because a dude's coming at him with a pool cue, where he grabs onto one of the fucking lampshades and swings out and back in and like boosts the dude in his face, then swings back to Pam, where Pam blows a hole with a shotgun in the wall, where Bond gets out to start the motor of the boat. Well, Pam sort of joins him, but DeRio gets a gun, follows her out and shoots her in the back, where you do see a fucking fly forward rail, fucking like the pull death sort of thing, you know, like pulling down rail forward, or she's just thrown herself down forward, one of the two, but where she like lands in the back and like slides forward sort of thing because the momentum like took her in from the gunshot. Well, Bond started the motor and that, and he like burns off, but like like shoots one. Yeah, he shoots at Del Toro and that. Where fucking then he burns off, but a dude comes out where somebody does pretty good and that. He turns around real quick and just shoots him and that way. He's like, dead. Or if not dead, injured. But we definitely got shot. Well, you think Pam's dead, but you see it's like a bulletproof jacket and that she's wearing. Where fucking she's like a bit winded, but she gets up and that. And like Bond's like, oh yeah, you could have died and that. What you doing and that? Fucking be a bit careful and that. Well, they get talking and that. You know, like she takes off her top and that, and Bond's all like, you gotta be more careful, and she's all like, well, I just saved your ass back there. And at the time, this was a bit like, oh yeah, she fucking did kick some ass there and that. Fucking Bond got a bit cocked. But looking back to today's standards, she didn't do all that much. And what she did do, she was like using the shotgun. So fucking like, but anyway, it's still a good fight scene though. Like everyone in that fight scene plays it well and that. Like proper fucking class 80s fucking action fight scene. Well, it gets to the daytime and that, and Bond's like tells like Pam that like she used to be an army pilot, and so he needs a pilot to fly him into Cuba to go after fucking Sanchez. And she's like, oh well, how many fucking men have you got? And he's like, oh no, just us. Well, she's like, well, I'm an army pilot and I've flown in like play, but fucking that's crazy sort of shit. Well, he's like, well, just fly me in and then you can fly out sort of thing. And they discuss sort of like a round number of about 80,000. It's a bit unsure because Bond and Pam get a bit of a shag. First shag goes down, where they go in the little cubby hole, I think it's got, because looks like it's a nice speedboat and that, or else they just do it on the deck. I don't know, but you see, M has like gone into Money Penny because she's done a few spelling mistakes because she's like not thinking straight because she's worried about Bond, and M's like tells her, look, don't worry about Bond. He's gone after Sanchez. He knows what he's doing, and he's gonna get hauled back in anyway because fucking he's gone AWOL sort of thing. Well, Miss Moneypenny then fucking phones Q branch and she has a word with Q. And she's a bit upset in that. Yeah. Then Bond goes to Istamos City, and like he fucking talks to like the connection, and then he's like, oh yeah, okay, where's the sort of like biggest hotel room? And it's owned by Sanchez. Whereas he also owns the casino and that, and the bank, and so fucking Bond puts his money, which isn't really Bond. Well, it is Bond's money now because possession is 99% of the law or something, but it is Sanchez's money that he'd fucking stolen from his drug deal. That Milton Keynes was like doing. Well, Bond's like, oh yeah, I'll deposit and that shit, and then Pam, he like pays Pam off, but Pam wants to stay because then she's like, right, well, cause fucking Sanchez knows I'm fucking like informant and that he's gonna be after me, so she needs to like make sure he's dead, and she's wanting to help Bond do that. But Bond's like, no, I work better alone and that shit. But she's like, no, well, I need you, and I can like do shit for you and that. And he's like, all right then, well, if you want to be my secretary, then well, here's some money. He gives her some money. He says, get yourself smartened up, and you can pretend to be my secretary. Because there's a bit in it where fucking Bond like walks in and he's like, oh yeah, this is my secretary, and she's like, well, why couldn't I have been the like low, the wealthy person, and you be the secretary? And Bond like laughs. He's like, oh no, this is fucking um, like, oh, what does he say? Oh, South America or something. He says, oh yeah, it's like don't that shit don't go down well round here sort of thing. Well, he like goes to the bank and that, like deposits it and that, and gets some credit. Well, then you see fucking Sanchez and I forget his name, but it's his fucking accountant who'll make sure all the deals and money works out right. Well, he's all like talking to these like Chinese drug dealers who are getting cocaine supplied by Sanchez, or there will be if the like think that Sanchez can deliver the product because they're in a sort of like um, negotiation stage where they're checking him out to see like if he's not full of shit, if he's got the fucking accessibility and that to supply them with the drugs and the quality sort of thing. Well, um, yeah, it's one of them and all where it's a money laundering scheme and all where they've got like a legit business that they're running the drug money through. So they're getting like drugs, and also they can like get the money laundered. So Sanchez is showing them a real good sort of deal in that. Because if it wasn't for Bond, they'd be like, oh yeah, this fucking dude, he is fucking got himself a real good plan. But, because it's a spoilers, like, it don't go to plan for him. So anyway, um, yeah, Bond in the bank and all, he asks for credit at the casino, and he sees Pam dressed up. Where I thought she was wearing knobbing, like however she's dressed. Even when she's got short hair, even though it's not real short, but it is fucking tomboyish. But in this, she is supposed to be a bit of a tomboy, because she like is a pilot where she used to like fly Aiden or whatever and that. She wasn't a fucking dogfighter pilot, but she was like a convoy pilot sort of thing. Well, anyway, um, yeah, it goes to like where you see the business that they've got, where it's one of them Joe Angelist or Christy Angelist fucking preachers, same who's like got a TV channel who's asking for donations and that. Well, um, Sanchez asks Loopy about the person who ripped off um, Milton, who it's James Bond, Obviously, we know that, but he don't know that. He just knows that according to Milton, some crazy con. Like, there's a bit real funny where Milton's explaining, oh yeah, well, he he sort of like shot fucking some dudes and that, and then fucking got on the plane and kicked the parrot. But anyway, yeah, it's real funny as like, cause like it just sounds like a bit. But anyway, cause like he's a bit suspicious in that. He's asking Lupe, oh yeah, did you see out in that? Where like yeah, she's like no, no, no. I didn't. Well, anyway, Bond goes to the casino and starts to like fucking do some gambling and that. Where he starts to lose a bit, so he asks for some credit. I think he deliberately loses just so he can get their attention, sort of thing. But anyway, deliberately or not, he starts losing that he needs to ask the house for some credit. So they like check him and that, and find like, oh yeah, he's got loads of money and that. So yeah, so they give him like $500,000 credit or whatever. Where yeah, this is the house. What I say, no, it's one of the characters in the. But anyway, the casino house sort of fucking manager. He's like, right, we give him credit, but he's winning loads now, sort of thing. Because he starts winning loads. Because he starts like fucking. Because he's got a private table, so he starts spread betting, sort of thing. Because he's got like loads of fucking hands. Well, anyway, Loopy then comes down to fucking start fucking ripping Bond off because she starts doing some card sharking where Bond knows, oh yeah, she's gonna rip him off and that, because she like basically tells him that, and then she like tells him to leave for his own good, because she's like, I don't know what you're doing here, but whatever you're doing, you're probably gonna end up dead, so better stop taking your money and going. Well, she'd been sent down there to like make sure Bond don't win anymore. So Bond like says, "All right, well, fucking, I'll stop playing and that." Where she like says, "Oh yeah, you should stop playing and go home and that." Fucking. Well, Bond's all like, "Oh, well, where's Sanchez and that?" And she tells him, "Oh, he's upstairs." So he's like, "Right, well, show me where he is. I want to be introduced to Sanchez." And he sent Pam off for a drink because when she came down, like, Pam was a bit like nosy and sort of thing. But anyway, he walks off and Pam sees this while she got him a vodka martini. She ends up drinking it and that. I think this might have been one of them SJW moments that we didn't notice, where it was like, hey, why does James Bond always drink the vodka martinis? Why can't it be the Bond girl? But we don't know. It might be one of them where it's like, oh yeah. It might be a laugh if Bond fucks off and the Bond girl has to drink his vodka martini. But I don't think KK was in the writing room, but you never know. But anyway, they search him and that. Give him a thorough search because it's one of them where he's a top drug dealer. He's not chancing no stranger because he don't know who Bond is. All he knows is he was winning loads. Yeah. Well, anyway, he gets his gun took off him and that, and he goes in, and as he goes in and that, he fucking checks out the window where it's like fucking reinforced bulletproof glass and that shit. And so he goes to shake the hand, but his security dude tells him to sit down and that, you know. He says it nicely, but he sort of like gives him the look. We don't know you. We don't fucking trust you. You sit over there, sort of thing, but in a nice way. Well, anyway, Bond sits over there and that, and gets a little bit, because like the plot line in this film is really simple. There's not much complicated bits in this film. This is why I had to take loads of screenshots, because usually if it's complicated, you spend most of the time with one screenshot just talking about. But this is sort of like the one screenshot I can talk about where the plot line gets a little bit complex. Where Bond now, to get fucking close to Sanchez, Bond tells Sanchez that fucking he's a man of fucking many talents, including getting rid of fucking problems, sort of thing, and he could be a good fucking asset for Sanchez, as in he fucking knows what to fucking do in fucking extreme circumstances, sort of thing. And he sort of badmouths their security, sort of saying, "Oh yeah, because it was something like, oh well, we haven't seen you prove yourself," or something like that, or and that. Well, he said something along the lines of, "Oh well, ain't gonna be that hard," sort of like with the security you've got and that shit. Well, anyway, Sanchez, he's all like fucking right. Well, I'll keep your passport then. I'll check, see who the fuck you are, and see what sort of like comes back. And if I fucking hear good things about you, I'll give you a call in 2 or 3 days. So I'll keep your passport and that, and your gun, because he says like, oh yeah, you don't need a gun, because fucking everything's fucking safe around here, because he's the fucking head dude, and so he basically tells him like, oh yeah, if people know that you're my friend, you don't need no gun. So he keeps his gun, where Bond's like, oh yeah, sort of thing. Well, they go out and that, and fucking Bond goes back to the lobby where he's talking to Pam, where Pam's like, oh yeah, fucking what you doing, sort of thing. And he's like, oh yeah, I went in there to check out like what its security is, and he tells her about the reinforced glass and that, and he's like, oh yeah, fucking don't like fucking go up there lightly to fucking, because it's so he knows he needs a plan. He just can't just snipe him from a fucking distance. So he goes back to the hotel, where the hotel manager tells him, oh yeah, your uncle, he's sort of like upstairs and that in your room. Well, fucking Bond knows like he ain't got an uncle, so he's a bit suspicious. So he fucking knocks on the door, gives it like 2 or 3 seconds, waits till like someone's near the door, then barges the door in, pushes the dude, oh we don't know, but it's Q, onto the chair where he points the gun that he got off Pam because fucking had to borrow hairs, and he's like, oh fucking hell, I could have killed you, fucking Q, what you doing? And Q's all like, calm down, sort of thing. I'm on a holiday, um, like, and if it weren't for Q Branch, you'd be dead long ago. So you need my help. Well, anyway, they get to where fucking Q gets out some Q gadgets and that, where fucking there's a what appears to be a fucking video camera, a handheld video camera, which in the 80s you got sort of like them looking like a fucking torch thing. But anyway, it's not a video camera, it's a high powered rifle that like Q shows him like, oh yeah, it's fucking got like the bullets you put in the air and that, and it's also got a fingerprint recognition scanner on it, where in them days it was pretty like fucking crazy shit. Fucking hell, fingerprint scanners on a fucking gun. But I think they do them now, but if not, easily fucking done that nowadays. But yeah, and then Q sort of like registers it to like Bond's fingerprints, so it scans his print. So now only the hand of Bond can fucking, or his fingerprints anyway, can shoot the gun. And Pam, she fucking nosing about, gets her Polaroid camera out, where they made a comeback, but in them days, though, because 89 it was done, so it was probably filmed in 88, 87, late 87 sort of thing, where Polaroid cameras was like quite sort of fucking popular. So, but anyway, she takes a photo where Q was like, "No, you silly bitch." Well, I don't say you silly bitch, but like pushes Bond away and like moves and that, where she fires, because it's like, don't use the flash, where it fires a laser out, where it just misses Bond and Q, because Q pushes Bond out the way, and then it hits a picture of the Presidente of like Cuba, who's this fictional character. I forget what the president's called, but anyway. Then she sees the Polaroid where it's a fucking X-ray, where for some reason the photo's X-rayed where it shouldn't be really, unless it's really arctic. But anyway, although it doesn't do a sky, it's like just does a picture line, yeah. But yeah, it does an X-ray picture of Bond and Q. Where Yep. So then it goes to the drug meeting where fucking um, Sanchez and his head of security on his right and his accountant on his left start telling the investors, well, potential buyers about how much product is shifting and how much he can fucking give them and that, and he like tells them like, oh yeah, um, if you give it him 100 million, he can supply the region because he sells like regions. So if they buy a region, um, I'm not quite exactly sure exactly where the regions are. If if they're in America or fucking Cuba, no. But anyway, wherever these regions are, it's 100 million to own this region where you get your drugs supplied dropped off for you and that, like fucking a subscription. He's selling like a drug subscription for fucking 100 million for I think it's 5 years or something. You guaranteed like your supply and I think the 100 million um, is just for that region. No, I think you have to pay extra. But anyway, he's telling them this fucking like, oh yeah, we want like 100 million, and then we'll supply you the goods. Well, one of the oh, well yeah, well most people can figure. Well, anyway, he must have cut to it. Yeah, where Bond gets dressed up as a waiter in like the building opposite sort of thing, and he pretends like he's delivering fucking food up this lift sort of thing. But when he gets in the lift, he gets out of the lift, and this is pretty good fucking stunt work, even though it's not proper stunt work by Timothy Dalton, because all he does is really just climbs on top of this lift, where it's basically like climbing up a climbing frame sort of thing. But it's still a bit dangerous because the lift is moving, and so if he does fucking fuck up and get somewhat trapped in the, somewhat, or someone gets like uh, stretched out into some fucking place where it shouldn't be, you know. Fucking it could have gone. But anyway, he gets up and that, and gets onto the roof, because then the person who fucking just thinks like the waiter ain't come up with the food. He thinks the waiter's just left it on the fucking tray. So Bond then abseil. Oh no, it is no. Look, it is the same building. Yeah, it wasn't the building opposite. No, it is the same building because yeah, he abseils down, grabbing a bit of tit to where the fucking Sanchez's offices where he puts this explosive C4 putty sort of thing along the like window ledge, and then plants what appears to be a cigarette packet, but it's a remote controlled detonator and with receiver, so fucking it can detonate it remotely. So he plants that there, and there was a bit where he fucking nearly got caught because he fucking lands and disturbs some pigeons, but he gets away with it. He gets away with it. His Bond. Then, back at the meeting, because like no one's really paying too much attention to the outside because the meeting's fucking going on. One of the potential customers starts to like fucking question Sanchez's ability, because he's saying, well, if we've got to fucking pay 100 million, which is a lot of money, then we'd want a bit more reinsurance. Where fucking Sanchez sort of like agrees with him that, yeah, for 100 million you probably do want to like have a bit more of a reassurance that I'm not going to just fuck you over. So he says to him he'll take him to the lab tomorrow, sort of thing. Well, they leave, and then Bond, he goes and gets Q to pretend he's his chauffeur, and then gets his powered rifle that looks like a video camera and walks across the street and tells Q to like go home, sort of thing, like thanks for your help, like I don't need you no more, so you might as well go home. But Q's like, oh, I don't know, sort of thing. And like in this and all, this is one of the films where Q does play fucking ground agent, sort of thing. He's out a field agent. He's out in the field. He's not just sat at Q branch. Well, anyway, one goes over to the other building and gets into a position where fucking the thingy didn't go home. They went to like some prozzies. Yeah, fucking Sanchez has got like prozzies around for him. Obviously they don't say the prozzies, but or call girls or escorts, whatever. But yeah, the do sort of like refer to him as like playtime girls or whatever. Well, they sort of like go in there and fucking have a good time and that. And I'm not quite sure. Yeah. I think it could be something to do with like saying like the business and with money and fucking talking about like, oh yeah, the president is fucking here and that probably wants to see anything about stingers buying because they want to buy some stingers. But anyway, the president he sort of like comes in and that's why he's only getting paid half. Where fucking Sanchez tells him like, oh yeah, because you didn't really do much when I was fucking locked up, then I'm half in your fucking paycheck. Where the president he can't do shit because fucking Sanchez is the fucking boss around there. He owns the presidente. So um, Bond then sees Pam talking to the head of security, and Bond's a bit like confused, thinks he's working. But you find out she's gonna sell some stingers, which are them ground to air missile launchers. Because she's like got a CIA contact, whatever now, because she's thinks still working for someone who like tells her to sell the fucking stingers to them. So like, I think they want to like arrest them for having stingers, sort of thing, because or they want to sell them stingers for some reason. Anyway, I think it might be one of them where fucking it's like a corrupt fucking government and that like it's just like, right, well, I know it's a bad idea to sell them stingers, but just go along with it because we've been told higher up. Well, anyway, she goes to try and sell him some stinger missile rockets and that because she's working for some contacts. I forget who it is, but anyway, Bond then fucking with the remote control blows the fucking C4 plastic explosive that fucking it takes down the fucking reinforced bulletproof glass because it takes out the frame instead of the glass mainly. That fucking Sanchez is a bit shook up in that. Well, Bond gets an aim on him, but just as he's gonna pull the trigger, fucking someone jumps from behind Bond and kicks him, sort of thing, which makes him miss. And I couldn't get in it because, like, how long's this stream been on for? 2.5 hours. And still got quite a bit to fucking go. And so yeah, I couldn't be asked to take the fucking screenshots of the fight. But anyway, pretty good, decent fight. Like fucking some ninjas and that shit. Even though it looked like fucking it was two dude ninjas fighting, and then turns out like one of them's a female. But anyway, two ninjas sort of like get the better of Bond because like one of them tries to shoot him with the fucking gun, but it's got a trigger sort of fucking lock, finger recognition, so fucking handprint recognition, so it don't fire. And then they sort of like spin a web on him, sort of thing, like Spidey, but they capture him, and then one of the dudes gets the butt of the handle and smacks him on the head with it. Where you see the dude who started complaining about not being able to see exactly what he was getting for his money. He's not He's not a drug dealing sort of baron. He's a sort of Chinese or Japanese fucking enforcement agent, and he finds out like, oh yeah, well, who's ever got the ability to have a fucking fingerprint radar, fucking a fingerprint fucking recognition gun, they're not fucking knowing that they're like working for some agency and that. And then a dude comes in who's like the British contact to take Bond back, and he's like, yeah, he's James Bond and that, yeah, he's fucking going after Sanchez. And then the Chinese or Japanese dude, depending on fucking, I think he's supposed to be playing Chinese, but I think he's Japanese. But anyway, he's all like, oh, you fucked me fucking, nearly fucked me plan to get the whereabouts of fucking his labs and that. Because even if Sanchez had died, he just wants to find where the labs are so he can shut it down, because killing Sanchez wouldn't have shut down the cocaine labs that lab that he's got. So Bond's about to get fucking injected and like shipped off back to London, injected with a serum to fucking knock him out, when fucking all hell starts letting loose, because fucking start bombing the shit out of the house, because head of security who has got an army, a mini army behind him, because the place where they're in, fucking Sanchez owns it. That fucking starts blowing the shit out of the house. That fucking kills the dude and that, and the other two dudes, like the other ninja and the British agent that came to get Bond to take him back. Well, the one bird left, and he says to her, don't let him catch her alive, where she has a little bit of a fight, but she gets shot and dead. So they're all dead apart from Bond, where then Hill, I think is his name, isn't it? Yeah, he's like the head of security. See, I think it's Hiller. But yeah, well anyway, Hiller, he fucking gets like Bond and that, and fucking says, oh yeah, like fucking he he's still alive, and so it cuts then to where Bond's waking up and he's in Sanchez's fucking apartment and that. And Sanchez is like fucking sort of buzzing that he's alive and that, and because like he looked like he'd been beaten up and that, like he thinks that he tried to help stop them assassinating. Like he doesn't know like Bond tried to assassinate him. Well, anyway, talks to Loopy and that, and then talks to fucking Sanchez, where Sanchez is all like, "Well, what happened? Why did the fucking have you sort of like fucking tied to a fucking table, fucking beaten up?" Where Bond says, because he's a British agent and that, or ex-British agent, because he's fucking like gone AWOL and that, and he's gone mercenary style now. That fucking um, they were like agents, and they probably knew that sooner or later Bond would have seen them and um, recognised that there was secret agents that was like trying to get Sanchez's business sort of fucking um, lab shut down. Well, anyway, Bond's up, like fucking blagging it like fuck. He doesn't say, "Oh yeah, it's because I tried to shoot, I tried to assassinate you, and they stopped it because they need to find out where your labs are." Sa- Sanchez believes Bond because he does it convincingly in that. Well, Bond says, and this is a bit of a like fucking tricky bit to the plot line, where Bond then says that he heard they was gonna get paid from someone who was in some some somewhere where fucking oh, I forget what the place, but it's it's where Milton and Cress is sort of thing. He basically sort of tells him that Milton Cress paid fucking these agents who have like gone mercenary to fucking um, kill Sanchez. Well, then he starts talking to what's that fucking name again? Anyway, he starts talking to her. Sanchez's bed. Uh, Polo, I think it's right. But anyway, he tells her like, "Oh yeah, I need to get off this island sort of thing because he's on like a little island that Sanchez owns, like fucking that's like not that far from the city, but it's still a boat ride there. And he did want to go back to his hotel room, but Sanchez said no, stay here, sort of thing. Well, because he's sort of like trying to pretend like he's just a normal sort of person that ain't trying to fuck his sort of business up. He says, "All right, then yeah, I'll stay here and I'll chill out." Well, he tells um, what is it? Fucking Loopy. He tells Loopy um, to do a distraction for him so he can get out. Well, anyway, she goes down and there's a guard there, and she says to the guard, "Oh, I'm just gonna go out and that," and then she drops her bag. Well, when she drops her bag, the guard goes to like fucking pick it up, and as he's picking it up, Bond like runs past and that behind him, and that and she's got her foot on the fucking handle on that bit of comedy where like, well, anyway, he gives it to her, and then she goes off onto the boat. Well, he thought she meant she was just going out to like have a walk around the island bit, but when he knows like, oh, she's off on the boat into the city, he like starts to panic a bit and says like, "Oh shit, I'm supposed to keep you in." Well, anyway, she says bye and that, and just sails off to the city part where all credits here. I think Timothy Dalton was on the side here, just holding on. I'm not exactly sure fucking whether he had an harness or out. Probably did, just in case it did fucking like let go or out. But Bond and hangs on to the side where he fucking gets like a tour into the city where he goes to his hotel room, and there's Pam who's smoking because Bond was smoking and all, because there's a thing at the end where it's like, oh yeah, it can cause lung. There's like a cigarette warning fucking label at the end. But anyway, Pam's like fucking smoking real worried and that, and Q's all like, oh, it'll be alright. He always comes, returns back and that. Well, then he like charges in and that, and she's all like, oh, James. Well, he grabs her and that, takes her into the bedroom, gets her gun and that, points it in her face and asks her why she was there. And as I say, she was selling these Stinger fucking missile launchers to them for some reason. I'm not exactly sure, because it's one of them where fucking they don't do much plot line in this, and so yeah, they didn't really fucking explain into detail, great detail, of why. But she just had to sell them because one of her contacts who fucking she works for wants her to like fucking sell them to him, so she was gonna do it anyway. Well, Bonzo believes her and then goes to the bank to withdraw his money, where the fucking bank clerk, head bank fucking manager, he's all like, oh, a bit gutted, but he knew like fucking he can't do out because it's not his money, so Bond re, um, withdraws all the money in that, then goes to like where um, Milton Keynes, his boat's gonna be docking, where Pam pretends to be the port pilot, oh, the docking pilot, should I say? So like the port person who fucking like a valet, a valeteer sort of thing, a valet, should I say? A bit like a valet sort of thing, and that where they come in and they park it for him. So the captain's like, "Oh yeah, okay then, yeah, fine." They're like a bit thingy because she's a woman, but she's all gives them all like, "Oh, well, uh, I I'm not a secretary. What do you expect? Uh, oh, you expect me to be a secretary, something like that." But anyway, oh, uh, yeah. All right, George Lucas, man, you looking in that? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, you got a lot. It's nearly the 3 hour mark. But as I say, this film, it's one of them where fucking a lot of action goes down in this. Not much storyline. So I had to take loads of fucking screenshots and that. And we're not even near the end. This is sort of like partly near the end. But it's one of them films, or it's a great film, or it's better to watch it. But I have done like so fucking great. But anyway, she fucking like puts the fucking dock because he says, "Oh, you're going in a little bit fast, aren't you?" And she's like, "Oh, well, you do it then." And then she puts it on full thrust, like, and so it fucking crashes through a fucking bridge and a little, yeah, a little bridge that like is supposed to like park there, but goes crashing through it. Where Bond sees this and he dives in with some rope tied to a fucking bag that has the money in that he fucking has withdrawn out from the bank that is fucking originally Sanchez's fucking money that he stole. Well, she goes down into the hull bit and fucking opens up the little hatch that like Bond swims through with the rope and that it's tied to the bag of money that he like pulls through and that they get the money and put it in the fucking air compression machine. Well, anyway, Milton's like surprised that fucking Sanchez has turned up because Sanchez at this moment has been told by Bond that someone paid the Chinese or Japanese assassins to fucking kill him. Well, they sort of like go on board and that and start like questioning him, sort of like what he was doing and how this person who fucking stole the money got away. And I say, this is fucking bit of comedy where he plays it real well. Where he said, he just sort of like kicks a bit of ass and then sort of fucking jumped up onto the plane and kicked the pilots out and flew off with your money. And it's like sounding really ridiculous as it's saying it, but it's the truth and that. And so it's the only thing he can tell them. Like they're not fucking really buying it much. Well, anyway, the dudes go down and that, and they find the money that Bond and Pam has like put in the fucking um, air pressure or in that machine. Well, Sanchez gets really pissed off at this and that, and he's like, "Oh, what's this?" And like Milton says, "Oh, it's not my money," and then like Sanchez says, "Yeah, you're right. It's not. It's mine." Where he grabs him and like throws him in there, and like Bond's like watching in a like position where he's like just swimming, his head's just floating a little bit so he can see and hear what's happening. Well, then he puts like the pressure up like full and that real high, so it's compressing his fucking head and that. Where when I first saw this, I thought it sucked him out of the fucking compressor, but it don't. Because I saw the cut version, but the version is when he fucking puts the pressure on full, so it's basically fucking pushing his skull in really tight and that. That is fucking hating him and that. That then Sanchez hits the air valve that then releases the pressure, which makes his head expand and then explode. Where the 15, because like, I think there's a PG version, because definitely the ones that they show on the TV is usually the PG, so cut version. But the 15 version, you see his head fucking blow up like a balloon and then pop, and then you see it like fucking explode. Where like it's one of them scenes where like proper fucking he's a fucking sadistic bastard. He like really fucking likes to see people fucking in pain. It always like double crossed him around. Really wants to fucking show like, oh yeah, if you're gonna double cross me, I'm gonna fucking come up with fucking ways of fucking making you die, sort of thing. Well, Bond then fucking tells Q and Pam that he's like on his own now, so they might as well go home and that. Well, he gets back to the fucking like villa mansion where Sanchez is staying. Oh, I think it's his home sort of thing. And he gets into bed quickly. That when they go to check on him, he pretends like he's just woken up. Where Sanchez is saying, "Oh yeah, you was right about that tip. About yeah, there was someone in his Wat, something like that, his Wat City, who had fucking the money to pay fucking them mercenaries that tried to kill me. Well, anyway, when Sanchez leaves, oh, before Sanchez leaves, he tells Bond, "Oh yeah, um, I'm gonna take you on a field trip tomorrow. I want to show you something." Well, anyway, Bond then gets out of bed, sort of thing, and sort of probably gonna start getting into his night clothes or whatever to get fucking ready for tomorrow. When Loopy comes in, and then Bond gets one of them golden chairs and puts it up against the fucking door handle. Hey, hey, hey. Well, Loopy's all like fucking telling Bond that fucking Sanchez has got a dinner meeting with the like Chinese drug barons, or it could be, well, say Chinese, but it could be like Taiwanese and fucking Japanese and that. Not exactly sure. But anyway, it's like fucking starts getting it on with Bond. So Bond gets a shag, his second shag, and then after he gets his second shag, the next day, Loopy goes to his hotel room to tell Bond and Pam that Bond shagged her, where Pam's a bit gutted, and Q's like, "All right, well, what's happening?" sort of thing. What are you here for? And she's all like, "Oh yeah, well, fucking, he's going to the fucking getting took to the labs and that, but she thinks like he's getting in too deep and it could be too dangerous for him and that, and so she's warning these two about it." Well, Q gets dressed up as a gardener and like watches outside to see when they're leaving and that, because they're gonna follow them and that. So when they leave, Q gets his brush, that's a fucking walkie-talkie, two-way receiver sort of thing. Nowadays it would be just a mobile phone, but in them days it was a broom that like was also a communications device. Well, anyway, he radios in to Pam that, oh yeah, they're set off and that, and so fucking be on the lookout for them. The fucking in a jeep and a car and that shit. Like, she's like, all right, yeah. Well, Sanchez stops off to get the fucking stingers that like has been fucking delivered, because he didn't buy him off Pam, but anyway, he's got some stingers delivered, and he's right buzzing about it, and they all have a sort of like fucking group hug nearly. But anyway, because they're sort of like gone off track in that, they're in a helicopter and they sort of like fly to where the fucking lab is, where it's at this ultra Pacific Unidation Institute, where basically like a religion was is for Jesus and that, boy. It's like one of them religious um, Christianovis, sort of like, give me your money. Well, I fucking think he does it great. We need your donations and all that. Well, the accountant comes sort of like fucking um, oh, what's he? He's giving a tour. So yeah, the accountant slash tour guide is telling him about, oh yeah, how they've like fucking got their fucking drug labs in this sort of religious um, sanctuary fucking place. Well, starts going into details in that a bit, and like fucking how much they're earning and that. Well, they get in there and that, and there's like loads of fucking people like around where they're fucking doing lab technician drug fuckers, or like looking like the fucking religious cult sort of fucking monks. Well, Bond gets out and that because he's been invited to have a look around and that. And then Sanchez, he lands in like the fucking underground base and that. Don't know why they couldn't have just fucking got like a normal sort of landing bay, and then just fucking disguised it as a fucking shed. But anyway, they go down this underground fucking helicopter fucking pad where they land. Well, they're getting a tour around the place, and because it's making loads of fucking coke, they have to wear fucking the PPI mask or whatever they're called. I don't know, but it's so they don't get high and that. Where Del Rio sort of like sees Bond, and because Bond's wearing a mask, you don't recognise Bond at first, but he asks Sanchez, who's the new guy? And Sanchez is like, oh yeah, well, one of my friends, and that he's like pretty decent. Well, Sanchez sort of like is a bit suspicious. He's thinking, oh, I'm sure I know that face, but he ain't quite sure. But Pam sort of like arrives at this sort of fucking monastery sort of place that they've got, where she's donating some cash, and she like tells him, oh yeah, I need to donate to the head pastor, I forget his name. Oh, but anyway, he's like, all right, yeah, come with me, my child, and that, because he's a right slimy cunt he plays, but great good fucking acting. He plays the part real good. He like always sort of like tries to fucking make sure he's fucking getting some rather money or pussy. But well, anyway, it comes like where they get into a room and it's time to take the masks off, and so Bond, to not look suspicious, takes his mask off and hopes probably fucking Dario doesn't recognise him, but Dario does. He's like, "Oh yeah, I know you," and that. So he gets a gun in his back. He's like, "Oh yeah, don't do shit," you know. Well, at this stage, the lab technician is explaining to the potential customers about how they're going to get their product, where he's telling them that they mix the cocaine in with petrol, and once they get the petrol imported in big tanks into wherever they want to have it, then they can use a formula that they've come up with that separates the cocaine from the petrol. So Sanchez goes into a little routine that he shouldn't have really bothered doing because it fucks up for him. But it was probably one of them things where he's so used to like saying it. Oh, he ripped this line that he thought, fuck it, I need to use this line. It's so good, I don't care. I need to use. I spent all night writing this line that I've got to use it. But anyway, I forget the dude's name, but he plays a great part, and that is like laid on the bed with Pam and that, and Pam's like, "Oh yeah, I've got another present for you," where she pulls out a gun, and she's all like, "Oh yeah, give me your keys," and that way he gives her her keys, because she shoots like a picture in that. Well, Sanchez uses his line of, if you get caught at customs with the petrol and that, you can easily just destroy the evidence, where he throws a little match thing that does a flame on the petrol, where everyone's like, whoa, sort of thing. Where it's a good line. If Bond hadn't ever fucking been in the room, it would have been fucking round of applause, seal the deal. But unfortunately, Bond's in the room, where he fucking just grabs the fucking petrol that's got a flame going, and just he turns around and nuts fucking headbutts De Rio, which like fucks him up enough that then he just grabs the fucking petrol fucking flask that was on a flame, and throws it fucking into fucking what appeared to be like a fucking table, but it just sets on. I think there's a Bunsen burner on the fucking table, on the other table, and what. Well, he just sets on fire that fucking. De Rio fucking grabs Bond and that to stop him from throwing any other fucking things around. and um, he fucking grabs him and all head of security and fucking oh no he he phones in and that for and the fucking lab's on fire and that so some of the lab technicians come in and try and put it out but it's going too crazy because I think there's loads of fucking it's hitting like a petrol line now because it's like a Bunsen burner so it's hitting petrol line I mean gas lines and that or butane gas lines or whatever so it's fucking going up in flames like well anyway the was like oh yeah I fucking know you was that informant that was fucking he didn't say that I saw at the fucking bar that you fucking kicked ass when you were in your bed but that's what where he's thinking of anyway well fucking Sanchez at this stage has realised, oh yeah, fucking, you're a bit of a fucking cunt, and you're not exactly my friend. So he's like, right, well, who are you? What are you fucking doing here, sort of shit? Where he bangs him on a conveyor belt, and that, and fucking starts asking him like fucking questions, but as he's going down, he's kicking his feet, sort of thing. Cause, but anyway, before that though, he tells his fucking um, accountant mate, like, get everything out because there's the lab going up that's lost him quite a bit of money, but he's still got like 4 trailer fulls of petrol cocaine that's worth 20 million, and he's got 5 million in the suitcase that he sends his accountant with. Well, the accountant, because he's all about fucking making sure he's fucking getting the figures right, he says, what shall we do about the Chinese who's paid in that? Well, he tells him, fuck 'em, there's no we can do. Just get the fucking like petrol cocaine petrol fucking out in the 5 mil and we'll just have to pay him later or whatever. So he goes down to tell him sort of like, oh yeah, you don't see this, but this is sort of like basically what happens. He sort of like goes down to tell him, oh yeah, we will fucking like sort your drugs and that, but we might need a couple of weeks or something. You know, he's probably asking for a week or two, fucking sort of time. You know. Well, anyway, he tries to reassure him that fucking they're gonna get their products. Well, they're sort of like fucking not too fucking bothered. They just want to get the fuck out of there. So they just fucking leg it, like run out of that. Where you see the crushing machine that was like crushing the cocaine blocks into powder, so it was easier to fucking dissolve into the petrol. Well, Sanchez, he puts fucking Bond on the fucking conveyor belt and turns it on and that, and he's all like, right, you'll tell me everything you fucking know once you're fucking halfway up to your knees or halfway up your ankles or something, and then you'll kiss my ass to kill you when you're halfway up to your knees when you getting like crushed in them. So Bond's like grabbing on, but good acting in that, like fucking Sanchez and that. He's like kicking his fucking fingers and that, so he can't hold on. Well, Bond says, "Oh yeah, you can't trust no one." Bond starts getting into fucking Sanchez's head here, where he starts saying, "Oh yeah, who can you trust?" And that you basically fucking don't know who you can trust, and that you can't trust anyone who fucking is around all this money and power, basically. Well, he then says to Sanchez about the Stinger missiles and rocket launcher missile fucking Stinger, well, launchers. Well, he says, "Where's your head of security, Hillier, or whatever his name is?" He's like, "Where's he with the Stingers?" He's just blagging. Well, anyway, with this fucking Sanchez like kicks fucking Bond over, and that way he's hanging on like a little bit back with the rope mainly. Well, Sanchez goes to look where Hillier is, because Hillier has gone to get the Stingers and that. But Sanchez goes to check on him, sort of thing. Well, Dario, he sort of fucking gets on the sort of conveyor belt sides and starts cutting at the rope to make Bond drop down into the fucking crushing fucking wheel things. Where then Pam sneaks in under the doors because it's everyone's sort of evacuated and the doors are shutting. Probably a precaution sort of fucking thing. But anyway, she gets up there and she sees Dario, who fucking thinks he shot her, so he's like, "Oh, you're dead." And she's like, "Oh, you took the words out of my mouth," where she shoots him in the chest. But she runs out of bullets because she's only got one shot. And then he's not dead. And so he's about to get up, but then Bond grabs his foot and like drags him into the fucking crushing machine that fucking crushes the shit out of Dario, and fucking great acting, screams like fuck, which I would do. And then Bond tells her to turn the machine off and fucking gets up and that. Then they're looking for an exit, and then you see Sanchez, that's it. You see Sanchez with his fucking like rocket launchers and that like he'd seen he said a security Hillard with that he got a bit suspicious, and I don't know exactly what he did because you don't see what he did, but whatever he did, he pierced him through a fucking forklift truck because then the forklift truck goes smashing through the fucking wall where Bond can and Pam can escape, where then Sanchez gets an Uzi out of the box where he's got his Stinger missile and launcher in, where then you see the fucking accountant running up, and Sanchez stops and tells him to get in and that because he's got like the 5 mil. Well, then you see Pam stop with this fucking golf buggy thing so Bond can get in and that. Then they're driving off, a bit of comedy moment and that, where fucking sees the preacher dude who fucking Christiangelist fucking sermon, who fucking then grabs the money that she donated or was gonna donate just so she could get in there as a cover and that. And he's like, oh, bless your heart. Fucking funny as fuck. It happens every time. Even just laugh at seeing the still of it. It's like, yeah, real funny. Well, then Bond and Pam go to where she's got an aeroplane she hired out, where she flies over one of the trucks, like the first truck that they find, come across, where great bit of stunt work here and that. Bond sort of like drops down, and it does look like it is fucking Timothy Dalton on top of the truck, but as I say, in him dropping off from the plane, but it might be him on top of the truck where there will be sort of like probably side netting or whatever, so if he does fall off, or he's got harnessed that like you can't really see. But anyway, he like fucking drops onto the like fucking top of the tanker of what the truck's carrying and that. But Sanchez behind him starts shooting at him that he fucking like runs to the fucking far side of the tanker and jumps down but like nearly falls underneath the wheels, where then fucking Sanchez comes, drives alongside and starts shooting at him, where fucking he has to like fucking get up and that, and around the other side of the truck cabin, and like opens the door where the dude who's driving brings a knife out and that, and he's trying to like cut Bond and that, give him a slashing, and like this dude has a real bad day because like then he gets punched in the face and that, squirted in the face with a fire odorant, and fucking then booted out onto the fucking bonnet of the car, where Sanchez tells the driver to get him the fuck off, so the driver just grabs him, chucks him off the fucking bonnet of the car, where he's probably thinking this is fucking worst day, because not only has he lost his job, he got his ass kicked by Bond, then chucks off a fucking bonnet of an unmoving car, and he's got a face full of fucking fire foam, but well, anti-fire foam, whatever it is, but from the fire hydrant. So yeah, can his day get any worse? But anyway, Sanchez fucking radios in ahead that oh yeah, Bond's in a fucking truck. He's stolen one of the trucks now, and he's following us behind. Fucking get like a fucking bit of a barricade. Well, he goes past one fucking truck driver and he tells him to not let fucking Bond pass him in that way. He nearly fucking hits an oncoming car where a bit of a comedy moment where it's like just a dude and his wife and a dog and then they just see an oncoming truck. You're like, oh shit. But then he gets to the barricade where he gives them a Stinger missile where he tells them, right, don't let Bond pass this barricade. You've got a Stinger missile here. Don't let me down. Well, the truck that's trying to fucking block Bond finally gets fucking alongside and like smashes into him into the side where in the film you can not clearly see unless like you do it slow mo, but you see the truck stop. Both of them sort of stop, but in the film, Bond's truck doesn't stop. It carries on past it, where the dude gets out and and he's like real pissed off. That fucking his car got his truck got fucking trashed and that. And it just fucks the front wheels up. Great fucking bit of action, truck action here. You know, because like it was a right good fucking truck fucking scene of that. Well, the dude gets the Stinger out, locks onto Bond and fires it. Oh no, locks onto Bond, but as he's locking on, Bond then fucking conveniently builders have like put some tar felt down and a bit of a ramp has built up for him. Conveniently. But it's Bond, we'll let him off with it. Well, anyway, Bond then goes up this ramp and that where fucking puts the fucking obviously it's a stunt truck driver dude that does a very good job. It's fucking hard enough, I reckon, putting a car up on two wheels. Never mind a fucking 16-wheeler, even though it's a fucking 12-wheeler or whatever right now. Anyway, Bond goes up on two, well, on on 5 wheels, I think. But anyway, fucking great. Oh, when you see this, it's fucking amazing. It's one of them fucking Bond iconic moment shots. And it's a fucking Timothy Dalton Bond moment and all. Well, anyway, the fucking rocket launcher goes underneath the fucking truck and that. It blows up the other truck that like had crashed. Which because it's a tanker full of petrol, it proper explodes. I ain't giving it justice on how much it explodes, but it fucking because like big explosions, And then another bomb moment where the dudes try and get back in the jeep, but they know like it's too late to get it started, so they just leg it out of it. And Bond sort of like fucking puts it back on all like um, 18 wheels sort of thing, and it just fucking crushes it, the fucking jeep, and that like really flattens it like it probably would do. Well, they shoot at his tyres that fuck him up a bit, and he sort of like skids out that the fucking tanker goes over the side. Well, they're running towards him, but Pam flies over and drops a big dust cloud that fucks him up. Like really like coughing and that shit. I think they probably really did fucking drop the. It was like one of them where it's like, right, well, you know, not only is it gonna look good on camera, it's gonna save the effects, the effects team fucking dusting you up. So, but anyway, they're like pretty fucked up, coughing and that. So Bond sees the other trick is going down a snaky sort of fucking path and that, where Bond then releases the trailer that it like goes down and fucking rams into, and like I should have fucking took the screenshot of the explosion, but fucking I was in a bit of a rush, and so I couldn't be asked to like fuck around like that extra fucking minute maybe, you know, getting the right shot. But anyway, the trailer goes down the hill and just bangs into the other trailer, and it fucking explodes because it's fucking. Don't know if they're both. It might be miniatures because it does look like it would be miniatures doing this, but when you see it and that they fucking both explode, and that really big explosion, that much that fucking Sanchez's car behind it like stops and fucking has to like swerve out the way, or like heavily brake, and that's how it swerves. Then the accountant gets out, and this is where he probably makes his mistake. He got out first and was too busy concentrating on all the damage because he's like saying he's adding it up in his head because he's the accountant. Well, anyway, he probably didn't realise that fucking Sanchez still had the fucking Uzi with him. That he starts fucking, and this is a tip: don't slag off the person too bad who pays you. Oh, your income, your wages, yeah. And especially don't slag off someone who pays your wages and is holding an Uzi, because he starts giving it. Oh, fuck! That's sort of like 80 million. We're fucking down and that. We can't pay the fucking people off now. Oh, well done. And he gets a bit sarky, going, oh, that's great now. We're fucking 80 million down. That fucking Sanchez is like, all right, well, I better start balancing the books and that, where he just shoots the shit out of him with the Uzi and takes the briefcase with the 5 million in. Well, the dudes who got dusted and that, they've like fucking um, come around and that they're running towards Bond, but Bond just gets in the truck and just drives off and that. Well, a dude in a truck sort of like comes up behind him and gives him a fucking lift and that. And then Sanchez sort of like sees Bond is fucking chasing him and that. He gets in the other truck and that because they can't put the car through because it's all explosive. That when Bond comes to it, he does like a wheelie in a truck. That like Bond moment. Did it? I don't know if it's possible. I don't know. I think it's on Android, but anyway, it goes through and that, and like bit of the back wheels get caught on fire, but they get put out when it drives off. Well, they come up to it and that where the people in the back they're like, fuck that, no way, we're getting out. So they get out and that. And the driver and the passenger go through though, where they get to the other side and that, but the wheels are on fire, but they're still driving. Well, Bond's catching up to fucking Sanchez, who at this stage only has like 5 million in a briefcase and about 5 million, I think, worth of cocaine petrol in his tanker. So he's got about 10 million by this stage. He's down to about 10 million. I think he started off with about 100 million. I think he got the 100 million or whatever, but now he's down to about 10 million. So, because like his lab, I think, was worth about 50 million or whatever. But anyway, Sanchez now is starts shooting at Bond. That he fucks up the glass and that shoots at the glass on the windscreen. That then Bond puts it in cruise control, kicks out the fucking windscreen because it's shattered anyway. Climbs on the bonnet, grabs hold of the fucking ladder rail on the back of the tanker, like fucking jumps on it and then starts to turn on the fucking hose at the back that it starts pouring out petrol, well, cocaine petrol that is losing fucking Sanchez money now stuff. Well, they're catching up behind him, sort of shooting and that, but the wheels catch on fire where it gushes up. That, well, the wheels sort of basically set the cocaine petrol on fire that gushes up, and they fly off the end where fucking just missing Pam in a plane. Well, Pam tries to get to give Bond a lift out of there. I don't know if Bond would have took the lift at the time, but anyway, Sanchez gets the ground to air missile out and fucking blows the back tail wing out, where fucking Pam has to like do a fucking um, landing, so she crash landing, so she goes off, and then Sanchez, because he knows like all the petrol, he tells the driver to brake, where then because Bond was running at the time, he gets thrown onto the cabin bit of the truck, where Sanchez runs out with a machete and like tries to fucking cut Bond, but misses and cuts the brake line instead. And then Pam, she's crash landed. Well, the truck, because the brake lines are cut, starts rolling down the hill, where fucking Sanchez jumps on the back trying to stop the fucking petrol, where he gets covered in it a bit. And Bond sort of like boots him in his head and that. Pretty good fight scene here in that shit, man. But for a truck fight scene, not great physical fight, but fighting on a truck when it's moving is a good fight scene, if you know what I mean. Because they're doing it for real on that shit. Obviously, it's not it's stuntmen and that. Well, the driver thinks, fuck it, this is getting too much, gathering too much speed. I'm bailing before it becomes uncontrollable. Well, Bond and Sanchez are fighting. They're not fucking paying much attention. That it rolls off the cliff, sort of thing. Not a real big drop, but a big enough drop that fucking Bond and Sanchez are pretty fucked. Well, Sanchez gets up first, but he's been covered in petrol and that. And Bond, he's sort of like crawling and that, but then gets a machete in the face. Blunt side though, just to like fucking savour the flavour. And gets like pushed upwards and that. That Bond stands up because Sanchez drags him up and that. And as he's doing that, Bond gets out the lighter that Felix and Della gave him and that. Well, just as fucking Sanchez is about to fucking chop him up, probably he probably won't do it quick. He's probably going to take his time and that, and probably do a bit of torturing and that. He says you could have had everything in that, and then Bond says, "Do you want to know why?" Where Sanchez, for a second, does probably wonder, because he looks at Bond's hand, where he sees Bond's got a lighter. Now, in the film, you see a close-up, like, and it's the close-up they use from when he fucking got it given. But anyway, you see a close-up like this, so you can see the engraving and that. Like, to James from Della and Felix sort of thing. But probably Sanchez, his eyesight probably ain't that great, you know, because he's got petrol in it. He's had a fight, you know what I mean? He's exhausted. he's probably getting a bit tired at this time. He ain't gonna read this. He ain't gonna know what the fuck. All Sanchez sees probably is a silver lighter. Well, before fucking he can get a closer look to read it, Bond just sets him on fire, and that real easy because fucking he's covered in petrol, cocaine petrol and all, where just goes up and that starts screaming like you would do and that fucking Bond just fucking gets the fuck out of there because there's a lot of petrol around and that where fucking big explosions again, big fucking. Now this one I did take a picture to show like how fucking grandiose it was. But anyway, there Bond sort of sits down, sort of does a bit of a sigh, nearly cries, but knows he's James Bond and crying's for girls. So he has a bit of a sigh, and then he sees Pam sort of driving up. Where she's like, "Oh yeah, do you want a lift?" and that. He's like, "All right, yeah." Then you see Felix Leiter in hospital talking to Bond on the phone, saying, "Oh yeah, he's recovering and that." And then Bond's like, "All right, yeah, great. Can't wait to see you better than that." And then Lupo comes in that way. She's got the iguana with the diamonds that was around the iguana's neck, but now it's around her wrist. And Bond, he's all like, "Oh yeah, yeah, fucking nice to see you sort of like fucking doing well and that." And then they sort of like have a kiss and that, where fucking Q sort of like talking to Pam, where Pam sees this and she's real distraught, and then Bond sees Pam being distraught and that, where then Bond says, "Oh yeah, Lupo should go with the El Presidente," and which he does, sort of thing. And then he jumps off the fucking first floor, or with the Americans it's second floor. Well, yeah, first or second floor fucking balcony into the swimming pool, where Pam's like, "Oh yeah, buzzing. Bond's gonna give me the fucking closing credit shag," and so she puts out her arm where Bond grabs her in and that, and get a bit wet and that, where fucking they have the kiss in that. Well, I don't think they have a shag in the swimming pool. I think it's just one of them kisses where they probably get out the swimming pool and go into like a bar maybe before the bedroom. I don't know, but anyway, I don't think they have sex. It might do though, because it's in Cuba, so there might be less strict rules of having sex in a fucking hotel swimming pool. But anyway, it closes out with the fish that does a wink. That I've got the still shot. I could have took a few still shots to do it like it was winking, but it looks a bit like it's a tired and that. But anyway, fish does the wink for some reason. I think it was one of them where it was like, "Oh yeah." The hotel where they filmed it in, maybe. "Oh yeah, we have them fish that does. Oh yeah, we'll have that in the Bond film." By the way, goes to the cast and that shit. Where yeah, say like Timothy Dalton, James Bond and that, Pam Bouvier, Carrie Lowell, then Robert Devery as Sanchez, Telsa Soto as Lupe, Anthony Zebra as Milton Crest, Frankie McRae Sharkey, Eric McGill as Kilfer. Yeah, Professor Joe, Wayne Newton, that's the it's called Professor Joe Butcher, but he's just called Professor Joe. Like, no, I was like, oh, it's Professor Joe. Bless you, my child. And then Dario, played by Bencio Del Toro, who, as I say, in that he looks fucking young as fuck, but it was fucking 30 years ago, or 32 years ago. And Anthony Stakes as Truman Lodge, that's the accountant, and Pedro Almodovar as President Hector Lopez. Yeah, that was the president. Desmond Llewellyn as Q. Felix Leiter was the David Henningsen, because it wasn't him on the other one, but it was him, David Henningsen, on this one. Then Della Churchill, who was Felix Leiter's wife, played by Patricia Barnes. M, played by Robert Browns. Miss Moneypenny, played by Caroline Bliss. Hella, played by Don Strudo. And Hawkins, played by Gran Elbush and that. Yeah. And then it's like says about being made in Mexico City and an occasion in Mexico and Florida. And James Bond will return, but it doesn't say he will return in GoldenEye, because they didn't know it was going to be GoldenEye. So they just said James Bond will return. The end. Yeah, there's the cassette. Right, well, yeah, getting to the 4 hour mark. That's it. Great film and that. Great film. Quite actiony and all. Do I have to say, like, fucking, it probably is one of the most actiony fucking Bond films and that. So yeah. Well, cheers to George Lucas and that, popping in. Cheers for Courtney for watching and that, and cheers to Captain Cockney Spot for watching, and cheers to Pop Culture for watching. Cheers, man. So yeah, next week, GoldenEye. Dun 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 dun. Doo-doo.